tutti i soldati, padri, bambini e fidanzati, tornarono da chi li aspettava. Tutti i cadaveri come fiori, alberi ed erba tornarono alla natura calda. La passione commuove la storia, la sabbia del tempo scorre, i bambini giocano sulle colline, un giorno il dolore finirà. I bambini giocano sulle colline, un giorno il dolore finirà. Tutti i soldati, padri, bambini e
Creators looking for an edge over the competition? Get 50% off.
sprint. Then it will be your turn. Master Bori?
Vex!
Move!
Attacks!
Now it's your turn. Stand next to me. Master Bori will open the gate. Use your whirlwind sprint to pass through before it closes.
Vex!
Your quick mastery of a new Thum is astonishing. I'd heard the stories of the abilities of Dragonborn, but to see it for myself...
I don't know how I do it. It just happens.
Do your worst! This is the end for you!
Uh-oh, not so fast. Son of a... Oh!
We are routed! Fall back!
Come on! That's all you've got?
There. Thought I heard something. I'll kill you and you stand just a pretty face. And you thought I was just a pretty face. It's nothing.
Hah? Have you ever wondered why Skyrim, a game about slaying dragons with your fists and sending Lydia into the stratosphere with your voice, about exploration and grand fantasy storylines and being a stealth archer and becoming archmage and stealing sweet rolls and doing all of this until you take an untimely arrow in the knee? Have you ever wondered why this game starts with a slow, quiet cart ride?
Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border.
And everybody knows these words. This scene is one of the most famous in all of gaming introductions, if not the most famous ever made. But as famous as it is, it's also deeply misunderstood. And as I played this intro again and again, trying to figure out why, I came to realize that everything you see and everything you hear is carefully laid out to introduce you to the world of Skyrim before you have a chance to be set free. Every line of dialogue, every silence, every bump in the road is doing something. Because before Skyrim teaches you how to fight, it teaches you what's worth fighting for. But the developers were doing this intentionally. They knew that if your time in the cart was super impactful, if they could use this to introduce you to the world of Skyrim, then you'd know that the world of Skyrim was worth being introduced to. There aren't really any cutscenes in Skyrim, but this cart ride is the closest we get. And it's important because there's meaning behind everything. There's a reason that we start in silence, a reason a petty thief from Rorikstead is seated across from the regicidal king. There's a reason you don't see bees in the opening moments. There's even a reason the cart goes downhill instead of up. But above all, there's a reason we start Skyrim in a janky wooden cart. And today, you'll learn why. 26.7 seconds before hearing those iconic first words, you sit staring at a blank monitor. And then Bethesda claims its ownership of the game before slowly opening your eyes, crescendoing the music, and revealing the world of Skyrim in tandem with the game's eponymous name. And so you sit there, you're kind of jostled and confused, and you start to take in this cold, foggy world as this ragtag group of characters, all positioned in a cart that is cramped, bumpy, and certainly not OSHA approved, starts rolling down the hill. And they give you a few seconds to settle in, to meet this world. And then Ralof turns and delivers one of gaming's greatest lines.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
And with that, we're off. Ralof leans in and starts talking. Lokir of Rorikstead cuts him off. The guard up front snaps at us to shut up. Ulfric does a really good job at listening to that guard, and We slowly roll into the quaint village of Helgen, while Ralof and Lokir bicker in the background, slowly introducing us to the core conflict at the heart of Skyrim. And things start light, but they get more and more grim. It becomes quickly clear that we are being carted to our deaths. We're going to be killed in just a few minutes, which is a bummer because I just paid $60 for what I was really hoping would be at least an hour of gameplay. We continue into town. A father warns his child to get inside. The cart churns to a halt, and we're forced out. And all this takes place over the course of 3 minutes. And though you could claim the intro lasts until you have that Bethesdian calling card of stepping out of dark area into bright area, to me that mini dungeon is a bit more of a gameplay mechanics introduction. And I love that section. It's also great. It's also something I cherish, but in my opinion, it's just way less masterful than that first 3-minute cart ride that introduces you to the entirety of Skyrim's world in just a few minutes. And this often gets criticized for being a lore dump or having too much dialogue, but there's a lot more going on beneath the surface, and we need to unpack that. So let's go back to the start. I think the craziest thing about Skyrim's introduction is how it leads with audio instead of visuals. I mean, yeah, Skyrim is a game with an incredible amount of iconic sound effects and beautiful music pieces and iconic vocal performances, but it does seem odd that they would begin with just sound while they had this beautiful, expansive world to show off. And they hide their visuals even before you hit play. I mean, the main menu is basically just a logo and a list of options with chanting in the background, and when you finally do hit new game, you're given a loading screen that is just a tiny taste of what Skyrim has to visually offer. But then the sounds start pouring in. You start to hear the rattling of seasoned wood, the steady rhythm of breathing, the clomping of hooves, and layered over it all is the grind of wheels against their axles and this syncopated rhythm from the cobbled road beneath you. And then finally, the sound of a horse.
I want to share my culture with new friends from around the world and feel supported along the way. I want to make my parents proud and graduate with the skills for my dream career.
I want to study at a university that is recognized around the world, giving me global opportunities. And that's why I chose bikin.
But as unorthodox as this is, I actually really love this. You know that Skyrim is going to be this slow, methodical thing just from the start, the way that they make you sit in silence, the way that they trust you to give them attention. But with the cart and with the breathing, there's also a hint of French horn. Now, Jeremy Soule is my 7th most listened to artist on Spotify of all time, and I've streamed his songs 1,239 times in my lifetime, which is not including the insane amount of time I spend listening to Elder Scrolls music and ambience, Autumn, and Skyrim stunning scenes in 4K on YouTube, which might double or triple that number, but safe to say I have a lot to say about the music of Skyrim, and I'm going to be holding back in this video. But I will say that Awake, the song that plays here, is one of the game's most unique tracks, and that its usage is preordained and scripted to follow the exact beats of what the game knows will happen in the intro sequence. It's the only time in the game that things are so on wheels, so they want to make sure that they nail it. And so they're able to use a term that I was shocked to find out in my film classes in college is literally called Mickey Mousing. It's basically when a soundtrack is written and performed to perfectly align with the visual on screen. Now, in Mickey Mouse and in other films and media, it's quite in your face and on the nose, whereas here in Skyrim, it's much more subtle, but it's worth pointing out because the rest of Skyrim is accompanied by random music beats. There's music you hear in the overworld, in dungeons, and combat, but it's all hard-coded to various triggers. And Skyrim breaks this rule just once. It breaks it in this opening cinematic, which is not just rare for Skyrim, but it's actually pretty rare to find in any video games. You'll see it in some of the longer story-driven content, but in an RPG like this, it is very far from common. And you hear this effect as the soundtrack swells once and then twice while we're still enshrouded in darkness, before descending as if to make room for the visual that slowly appears on screen. And you'll hear this song Awake just once, and to me, it's the glue that holds this whole introduction together. And it comes back to crescendo just as the game name is finally revealed. Skyrim, right, that's what this video is about. In 1957, Sidney Lumet released a quietly revolutionary film called 12 Angry Men. In the movie, 12 jurors confined to a single room gradually reveal their worldviews through nothing but conversation. There's no action, there's no visual spectacle, it's just dialogue. But through tone and silence and increasing friction over the course of the movie, the world beyond that room begins to take shape. It's not one that we ever get to see directly, but one that's reflected in the characters themselves. I actually had to watch this movie for part of my film degree in college, and I know that it's a work of art, but I really didn't like it. And I think it's because it was assigned as homework, so it felt like homework. But looking back, I'm actually really glad that I watched it because I saw a lot of similarities between Sidney Lumet's 12 Angry Men and the 4 people sitting in Skyrim's cart in the introduction of Skyrim. I mean, of course, Ralof, Lokir, Ulfric, and the cart driver, they don't give intricate speeches like you'd see in the movie. They bicker, they glare, they sit silently. But in just a few lines and through the careful direction of voice acting, framing, and silence, they tell you everything you need to know about Skyrim's world. The most iconic character in the introduction is definitely Ralof. He's the first to break the ice.
Hey, you're finally awake.
Ralof serves as the poster child for the Nords of Skyrim, the people at the heart of the game. He's gruff, he speaks with a Nordic twang. He's quick to try to form a rapport with you as a player, acting like you're on his side before you even get a chance to decide for yourself. And he wears this cape, which ties him to the Stormcloak Rebellion. Despite not knowing him, and despite not being loyal to his cause, he starts to position us as allies who inadvertently got caught in the same ambush. And Ralof embodies the Nord everyman. We're gonna wander into his hometown of Riverwood soon, which is a quaint fishing and logging village on the outskirts of the greater Whiterun area. In Riverwood, we'll meet his sister, Gerdur, who's gonna be eager to help and share Ralof's rebellious spirit. He comes from humble beginnings. You can tell that he's a family man. And he trusts you implicitly. He sees you as a brother in arms even though you've just met. So why is this man from the quaint village of Riverwood so passionate about fighting the Empire? Why would he give up this simple, happy life? Well, this is a question that Skyrim is posing without saying it explicitly. Ralof doesn't expect to win. He expects to die, but he'd rather die defiant than live under the Empire's rule, and that subtly tells us everything we need to know.
You were trying to cross the border, right? You walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
That thief over there is named Lokir. Lokir is a Nord as well, and he's quick to play devil's advocate in the cart. He throws a punch right back at Ralof.
Damn you Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy.
And Lokir is also a Nord, but he wants nothing to do with the war. Just like with every revolution, not everyone is on the side of the rebellion, and not everyone feels the need for change. In this way, Skyrim mirrors life. Not everything is so black and white. Just like in real life, the political tension in Tamriel is layered. The Empire is overly repressive and compromised by the ultra-rich and corrupt Thalmor, and the Stormcloaks are so tied to keeping Skyrim pure that non-Nordic races face systematic discrimination. But Lokir, on the other hand, is just a petty thief who keeps to himself, which a lot of players identify with. He's unaligned, he doesn't really care about the broader conflict, but we'll soon see how that turns out for him.
You there, you and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants.
And so Lokir tries to form a bond with us just like Ralof does. And it becomes clear that they both want us to side with them, to agree that they're right. Both Ralof and Lokir desperately need their worldviews to be validated. You can tell the world of Skyrim is torn in half by this conflict, and in times of desperation, in times so desperate that you're tied up in a cart, these two men just want someone, who is a neutral third party, to tell them that they're right, that they've chosen the right side. But on the other hand, there's no witty opening line from Ulfric. He looks regal, stoic, and his bound mouth makes him appear as a threat so dire that our captors wouldn't dare let him speak. He can't introduce himself, obviously, so Lokir steps in.
What's wrong with him, huh?
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King.
Ulfric? The Jarl of Windhelm? You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they captured you... Oh gods, where are they taking us?
Ulfric is clearly a big deal, and that is awful news for us. He's the rebellion incarnate. He's this powerful, silenced force that has the ability to disrupt systematic oppression from the opposition. And by placing us next to him on the cart, we're visually on his side, but there's still time for us as a player to decide if that's the right alignment for us. Of course, the main conflict of Skyrim is the dragon invasions. It's everyone against the dragons, which in many ways serves to unite a disparate populace against a common goal. That's kind of a very like Marvel Avengers way of looking at it, right? It's like the game is cool because you get to fight dragons. That is super cool and honestly kind of badass, but that's not what makes the game special. The game is special because of the immersion. The game is special because of the world that feels so alive. And so while in a few minutes Alduin's going to show up, your execution's going to be interrupted, and you're going to get this massive masterclass in cinematic playable cutscenes, they first give you a moment to pull back and see why the atmosphere is so important, which is really the core of Skyrim. It's clearly a world that Ralof and Ulfric are so keen to fight for, and even Lokir, who is trying to escape Hammerfell, feels tied to the land.
Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead.
But they don't spell this out for you. You're not given a breakdown of the legislative battle that led to the Imperial occupation of Skyrim. You're not lore-dumped about the White Gold Concordat or how the war-crippled Empire bent the knee to the Thalmor and outlawed the worship of Talos to avoid total annihilation. Instead, you just feel the tension in their voices. You hear the defiance in Ralof's tone, the bitterness in Lokir's cynicism, the weight of Ulfric's silence. And all of that subtle world building is underscored by the presence of a fourth person in the cart, who never speaks of ideology because he doesn't need to.
Shut up back there.
In the intro, we feel the power of the Imperial Legion contextually because we're their captives and we can see that they have a concrete process for trafficking and disposing of those who oppose their view. It is impossible to play through these first few minutes and not think that the Imperial Legion are the ruling power and that the Stormcloaks are the underdogs. But it's this anonymous driver, this faceless cog in the Empire's machine that hammers home that point. He's not really a villain, he's not even a person, he's a function. He moves bodies to their death. The final words of his prisoners aren't even human to him, they're just an annoyance, like a bug that he needs to swat away. Now, we've had our fair share of Skyrim killers since 2011. Avowed, Outward, Greedfall, the list goes on and on. But even if these games were good in their own right, they never held a candle to the magic of the Elder Scrolls world. Never Knows Best put it beautifully in a recent video when he said that Elder Scrolls games are unique due to their unparalleled freedom and their unparalleled immersion. It's because the world is fully open. Every direction feels like the right direction. The NPCs who fill the world feel alive. They have feelings, opinions, routines. And to me, that's what makes Skyrim so special. It's not the dragons, it's not the massive, epic, high fantasy storyline. It's that they give you 4 people in a cart and they trust that that's enough to introduce you to the game's world. The joy of Skyrim is felt in the freedom that they give you to immerse yourself in a world so dense and so cared for that it truly feels alive. And the depth of the world, the immersion that makes Skyrim special,
I&II, download sekarang. it all starts in the cart. But on the topic of other games, Skyrim isn't even the only game to start with darkness. In Dark Souls, for example, you begin in this dimly lit prison cell. You're fully removed from the outside world. Because of this, it's mysterious. It lets your mind start to piece together the outside world before you're handed the reins. But actually, Dark Souls gives you this massive exposition dump cutscene before that, so even they weren't confident enough to make you sit in pure silence. But Breath of the Wild was. You actually sit in a very similar 16 seconds of pure silence before this ethereal voice prompts you to wake up, and then reveals Link in his mystical jacuzzi. But then you sit for 2 minutes and 3 seconds before they give you control of your character. And I love Breath of the Wild's opening. I think the way they tutorialize those key gameplay elements and that starting zone is genius, but to me those 2 minutes of silence and slow pans are just a bit overkill. And I think it does a great job at indicating what a silent meditation the rest of the game is going to be, but that juxtaposition between the Zen jacuzzi into sprinting with your wet feet like a lifeguard is about to blow their whistle is just a bit too jarring for me. Dark Souls and Breath of the Wild, they both have introductions that are perfectly suited for the games that they preface. And Skyrim takes elements of these quiet, contemplative introductions like the
to know about materials, like creating a material from scratch. We'll even teach you all of their properties and then having access to them in real time in the viewport so that you can change their properties. Plus, we'll even teach you how to bring materials from online websites, create a material, and then we'll even tell you about problems such as tiling that will probably happen when you bring in materials, and we'll teach you how to fix it. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. You guys made it. We are now at the chapters for the materials and textures, and we are going to learn all the basics.
That's right. And who's going to teach it?
You.
Hell yeah. Am I getting paid?
Yes, you do.
By who?
By me.
And Polycam, the sponsor of this video. That was good, right? That was really good. Okay, shout out to Polycam for sponsoring this video, by the way. This entire course, if you will. So I just wanted to start by saying congratulations if you made it this far. Materials are going to be such an important part of your 3D projects, your 3D files, your cinematics, your creations, because just like in the real world, everything has materials, right? Your table is probably made of wood. Your wall is made of plaster, right? These are all different materials. And what is the exact definition of materials?
So materials define the optical properties of an object. For example, if it's made of wood, metals, or anything else.
So its color, how dull or shiny it is, these are all the material properties.
Exactly.
And textures, according to Google,
is the patterns that goes on top of the material.
Yet that they break up the uniform appearance. So in 3D files, right here in Unreal Engine, the material is what we apply, right, to different objects. And within the material, we have textures. These textures usually come in as PNG files. So we have a color texture, a metallic texture. If you're familiar with 3D software, you would know what these are. If you don't know, we're going to show you all of that in this video. So do not worry. Now, we're going to be talking about the basic setup of materials here in Unreal Engine. So let's get started. First things first, we actually want to go ahead and go to maybe these TI fighter blocks right here, and we're going to use them just for the setup of some of our materials.
Let's do it.
Tes 1 2. Oke. Kerjaan ikut pulang berarti ngerjainnya di laptop ya Bang ya.
So that we can describe to you what materials are. In order to create a material, we have
Apa di komputer lewat server gitu-gitu.
we have to create it there. So we're gonna open up our content drawer by hitting Control Space, and we're going
Content drawer, control space, content browser, control space. Berarti ini dikecilin bisa. Oke.
going to create a new folder called materials. So right click, paste.
Bentar.
In order, just for the setup of some of our materials, so that we can describe to you what materials are. In order to create a material, we have to basically save that material in our content drawer. We have to create it there. So we're gonna open up our content drawer by hitting Control.
PC, oke. Berarti save di mana? Terus dibuka di PC gitu ya? Apa bawa di flash disk? Lanjut di PC gitu ya? Apa dek? Apa sih data-data ya? Data-data masyarakat harus dikerjakan. Input data ya. Lemburan bang, minta lemburan bang. Jadi ingat zaman kerja dulu. Lemburan harus dibayar. Enak aja lembur nggak dibayar. Ya begitulah.
And we're going to create a new folder called materials. So right.
Nah, folder called material. Control space.
Click on your content folder. New folder.
Content folder. Content level, starter content. Kok ini engine sih? Content. Content, new folder. Material.
Call it materials. And boom, just like that, we've created a new folder. Inside this folder, all we have to do is go ahead and right click and then look for materials right here. Right? There's so many things you can add, and you can basically check out all of these on your own. You can look at what they are online on Google. We haven't used half of them, more than half of them. You're probably going to be using material, not probably, you're going to be using material in every single project. So always.
Kalau F11 ini jadi
know where it's located.
Nggak
You have the
kelihatan
option to add it from here, right? So
material, oke.
material, boom. And we're going to go ahead and name our material. Farah, can we do the name, right? So material, so always know where it's located. You also have the option to add it from here, right? So material.
Oh, ini material, oke.
Boom. And we're going to go ahead and name our material. Farah, can we give it a name?
Box material, maybe?
Box material. Now, in Unreal Engine 5, usually if you watch any other tutorials or if you've ever used it, everybody likes to call their first materials the master material. Because in Unreal Engine, we have parent materials, master materials, and you have children materials, so child materials, which are called material instances. And these are lifesavers, they're amazing. We're going to tell you exactly how you can use them to your advantage. But for now, we're just going to call it box material for simplicity. Now, how do we go ahead and apply one of these to one of these boxes?
Ya elah, iklan.
drag and drop. There you go. So drag the material, drop it on top of boxes, and we've got the box material, right? It's great, it's ugly. Let's go ahead and change it. Boom. Control space, double click. Oh my God, what is this? We got a new window to talk about. Let's go ahead and maximize this window so we can tell you exactly what this window is all about. Anytime you open up a material, you're going to be shown this window right here. And on the left side, what you're looking at here in this window is your 3D viewport, right? This is where you get to visualize what your material looks like as you make changes to it on the right side, right here, which is your material graph. Now, just like any other 3D software, you'll be able to connect different nodes, bring in new textures, and make up any material that you like. Right here, you can have thousands of nodes if you're a material maniac. We're just going to be doing a few nodes, the ones that you're going to need all the time. And if you've never used nodes before, we're going to teach you how to do that too, so don't worry. When you want to move around the 3D viewport right here, you have to use different controls. So here it's a left mouse click to rotate around this spherical object and zoom in and zoom out using your scroll button just to see what your material looks like. And it updates the moment you go ahead and create changes right here. Now, on the bottom left side, we have a details panel, and this is very similar to the details panel right here. So if you go ahead and select anything in the material graph, you will actually see the new details panel pop up that you'll be able to use to make changes to an exact node on its own. So the first node that we always are going to end up with is going to be our output node, right? This is the overall material node that everything comes to, right? All the nodes that we create will come towards this node to define what our material looks like. So Farah, we've got a bunch of names here, and these names are the same, pretty much the same in other 3D software. So if you're coming from Cinema 4D, Blender, Maya, 3ds Max, you will know what these are. But if you don't know, let's have a quick recap of what every single one of them means. Starting with
base color.
So what is base color?
The color that your material will have, the RGB color.
Right, so RGB color can be confusing if you've never studied photography and all, but RGB is basically red, green, blue. These are three planes that combined together can make up a color, right? And we are going to be basically using those planes, the RGB values, to create a color. And to enable a new node, to create a new node, we can go ahead and use right-click to basically search for anything that we want. If you don't know what you're looking for, you can use these drop-downs to find out exactly the node that you want, and there are thousands of them. Are we going to use any of them? No way. We haven't used 95% of these. There's just way too many. You're going to be using only a few of them all the time, so that's what we're going to cover today. So if you want to bring any of them and it appears in your window, and then you can move it around your scene, we're not going to need this, so we're going to delete it. And one more thing before we actually bring in any node, if you want to move around this tab right here, you use right-click, and that's going to grab the screen and just moving around, and then scroll to zoom out and scroll to zoom in.
Yep.
So we want to bring in an RGB node. The shortcut for that, memorize this, is 3 left-click. So look at this right here, 3 left-click. Boom. Just like that.
Yeah.
Easy. 3 left-click. You can do it many times just to memorize it, right? And what we're looking at right now is basically an RGB node.
3 left-click.
RGB will have 3 values, 0, 0, 0 at this moment, which means it's absolutely black. And we have 4 nodes that can come out of this exact node, which is our overall node, which combines the RGB. That's what we want for our color. And then you have the red on its own, the green on its own, and the blue on its own. For our use case, we're going to need the overall, because we want to use the color. And Farah, what do we do now?
Connect the overall to base color.
Connect it by left-clicking, drag it, drop it on base color. You'll see the check mark, let it go, and just like that, we have it on. So right now it's black, so there's absolutely no difference. Farah, can we change it to another color?
Let's change it to red.
How do we do that?
Click on the black box over there.
We're going to double-click on this right here, and we're presented with this color wheel. We can go ahead and change it to any color that we want. There are just way too many colors to play around with to pretty much define the specific color that you want. You can even use the eyedropper tool, or you can go ahead and bring in a hex value from Google. Maybe you have a specific image you're looking at and you're trying to create a specific color. You can use that exact hex color code. So let's just go for, what color did you say?
Red color.
Red color. Okay, cool. We got a red color, something like that. And then we're going to hit OK. So we can see that the material has changed. And if you go ahead and drag the tab right here, however, we do not see the change happening here. Why is that?
Apply it, bro. Apply it.
We gotta apply it, right? So every single time we make changes here, we have to go ahead and hit apply at the top left to make sure it applies to our scene. So hit apply, and voila! We did it!
Congratulations, guys.
We made our first material. So this is basically how you change the color, right? Very simple. So let's keep this tab right here so that we can see the changes happen in real time. I'm going to drag this guy right here so you see our mouse clicks. Now, next thing we're going to change is
the metallic value.
The metallic value. Now, the metallic value and the specular value and the roughness value, and we're going to describe what they are, all use a single value. They're not your RGB. They don't need 3 different values. They're just one. So what's the shortcut for that? 1.
Yes.
And left click. So 1, left click. That's your shortcut to basically bring in a value, a single value, a single number. And we are going to put this into our metallic, right? The same way we did the base color. Now, before we go ahead and apply, Farah, what does metallic do?
So it will show you how metallic your material is, whether it's fully metallic or it's not, or something in the middle.
Something in the middle will be between 0 and 1.
Yes.
That's the value, right? So if it's at 0, and if we hit apply, nothing will happen, really, because our material was not really metallic prior to this. But if we go and change this value to 1, we can change it from here or from the details panel right here, change it to 1. Hit apply. You already see the difference before we hit apply right here. Let's go ahead and hit apply and see it. Boom. Just like that, our material is now a little bit more metallic, right? You see how it reflects light? Very different. The next thing we're going to change is
specular.
So how do we change the value?
Same. You Control D, duplicate our value node, and then connect it to specular.
Control D to duplicate, or use 1, left click, right? And then we can go ahead and insert it into our specular. So what is specular?
How shiny our material is, how smooth our material is.
So we actually have the
Specular.
as well. Do not use Microsoft Edge. We're only using it because our Chrome is filled up. But basically, a specular is basically the highlights of your mesh, right? How smooth it is, and that is going to change the way it's going to show highlights on the material. So right now, I'm not sure how much this is going to be visible because our material is really plain. Remember, we don't have textures on it, so it's not going to be really clear, but it's going to be enough. Let's go ahead and change our metallic to 0. This might be easier to see. And our specular, it's okay, and our specular to 0 as well, and see what our material looks like. So this is it with 0 value, so 0 metallic, 0 specular. You can even see this ball right here, and see what happens when we change it to 1. Specular of 1. Do you see the difference in the highlights? See? 0, no highlights, 1, highlights. Hit apply, see the difference? Yep. You can actually see the difference. It probably would have been easier to see it on a sphere in the scene, but that's okay. You get the point. Now, the next thing we're going to change is your roughness. Duplicate again.
Do it again.
Duplicate again. And we're going to hook this up to our roughness. A roughness of 1, which means our value, our material is going to be super rough, super dull. So hit apply. Probably going to take away from the shininess, right? Now, Farah, this is going to be my favorite part.
Let's make it 0.
Let's make it 0. See what happens. Boom. Now we got this glossy material that is reflecting light, and so we can see.
Banget bentar lu. Roughness 0. Metallic 0. Wow. Ini nggak kasar, jadi licin. Wadidaw. Kaca. Kalau ininya 0. Oke.
Our scene inside this cube, on top of the cube, if you will.
It's like a mirror.
It's like a mirror,
Yeah.
exactly. Now, if you look closely, by the way, you'll notice that our reflections look kind of horrible, and that's because of some of our render settings. And we're going to talk about the render settings later on to make it look like perfect and make the reflections great using ray tracing. That's what we talked about in the very beginning of our chapter 1. We're going to talk about that later when we get to the settings. So don't worry, it's going to look really good later on. Now, roughness, specular, metallic, base color, we've already shown you. So the next thing we're going to change is our emissive color. This is basically saying, are we emitting any light from our material? One of my favorite nodes. So we are going to be using, first of all, a 3 node. That's going to be our RGB to decide what color the light is. And then later we're going to teach you how to actually increase the intensity to make it emit even more light. Because materials can emit light and then they can be dynamic in your scene. Very cool. So let's go ahead and bring in what?
A 3, an RGB.
A 3 node. So 3, left click, just like the top. We're going to take this, drag it to our emissive color. And right now it's on black, so it's not going to do anything. Hit apply. It's not going to emit any light. If you go ahead and double click this, change it to white. So that's
red.
Change it to red. No, it's already red. I don't want to do that. I want to see the difference.
Okay.
So I'm going to change it to white and hit OK and see the difference. Okay. Hit OK. Boom. Apply. Look at that.
Wow.
It's already emitting light. And it's not a lot. You'll see if I control Z, look at this. Control Z. And I'm just going to, okay. If you want to disable a node, it's control click on the line that is connecting the node. So control click this node right here. So make sure it's highlighted. Control click. Right? That's how you disable a node. Break a connection. And then see this light bouncing off this cube. It's going to go away. Hit apply. Boom. Off. So it was actually emitting light. Now, do we want to go ahead and talk about how we can control the intensity of the light here?
We can do it.
Okay, perfect. So if you want to go ahead and connect this again, okay, let's go. And since fire wanted red, let's see what that looks like. Hit apply. So right now there's a bit of red. The color changed because it's now red as a base color and also an emissive light on top of it. So it changed to sort of like a pinkish red. If you want to go ahead and increase the intensity, we're going to be using a multiply node. A multiply node that's going to allow us to hook in a value to control how intense the light is. So this is going to come in real handy in a lot of situations. So memorize this. So how do we bring in a multiply node?
Right click, search multiply. Or do you have a shortcut for it?
We do have a shortcut. So let's do it your way. You're absolutely right. It's M. But let's do it your way. So let's go to multiply and hit OK. So that's a multiply node. Or you can do that shorter, M, left click for multiply.
Okay.
So up until now, you've learned 3, right? 3 left click, 1 left click, and M left click. So everything we just learned can be done really quickly.
Trust me, that's 50% of the nodes that you will lose.
Really, really. And once we have the multiply node, okay, we're going to bring in also a value node, which is 1, okay, to control the intensity. So now we want to just combine the emissive color plus this value together. So we're going to hook this now into our A, so one of these values, and then we're going to hook this into the B, and now they're combined, they're multiplied together, and now instead of this connection, we don't need to break it, we just need to replace it. It will automatically place it instead of the old connection. So take this multiply node, put it into emissive color, and right now it's there. So the value is right now 0. So hit apply, see what happens. No emissive, change it to 1. It's going to be just like before.
Change it to 3.
Change it to 3. It's going to emit even more light. Look at it.
Boom.
Boom.
Wow.
It's going to emit even more light. Change it to 55. It's going to turn white because
Too much light.
Yeah, too much light. That's exactly what happens. Change it to 55. Boom. Look at that. And then we have these blotchy lights all over because right now we haven't changed our render settings, and that's why we're getting this weird lighting artifact. We're going to fix all of that later on, but just showing you that we're actually emitting a lot of light. If this was, by the way, path tracing for all of you 3D nerds, this would look perfect. Because we're using Lumen, it's not. Lumen and path tracing, we're going to describe later on in the rendering chapters. Don't worry. Okay, changing this back to 1. Apply and save. So Farhad, what do we have next?
Material instances. Let's see how we can use them.
Okay, perfect. So right now, we have a parent material, right? This is the original material that we created. Let's say, okay, we created this one material, and we're a pro. We have thousands of nodes, or not even thousands. We have like 10 more nodes here. And we don't want to go ahead and create a new material for every single different color that we want. We want to use all of the properties of that same material. Maybe the normal map, the specular, the roughness is the same, but we just want to change the color, right? We want to go ahead and duplicate a material 5 times and then go ahead and change. We just want to create a child material from the parent material and make changes to the child materials. And the reason for that is also because we'll have quicker access to the child material parameters inside the engine right here without having to go back to the material graph, right? And you'll understand exactly why that's going to be useful in a moment. So we have this box material. I'm going to change the name to box master, or short will be MM, so master material underscore box, right?
Okay. Master material. Rename MM underscore box.
This is going to be master material box, and we're going to apply this, make sure it's applied. And then we're going to create a
Can you
child.
turn off the emissive for this MM box?
Sure, I'm going to turn off the emissive.
Just make it 0.
I'm just going to break this connection for now. Okay, control, click, break the connection. Okay, cool. Hit apply and save. So right now I have this value, and one of the things that's really annoying is that every time I want to make changes, I have to go back to the material graph and hit apply. We're going to change out using material instances. So this is MM box. We're going to create a child material or material instance by right-clicking on it and creating material instance. Okay, it's already created an MM box instance with the name, and we can just hit OK. We're OK with that. So let's replace the instance material now on top of the cube. Change it. So drag and drop so that it's using that material, so that it's not going back to the parent. Now, if we open up the material instance, we're not going to be seeing a material graph. We're going to see what the material looks like and just a bunch of pointers here telling us how to find the parent material. So it's just leading us to MM box. If we look for it using this button, which we already learned at an earlier chapter, we'll find the parent material. So what's the use case of it right now?
If you want to change the color or other parameters, we can go to material master and then set them to a parameter and then come and change it here.
Absolutely. And that's the best freaking part about Unreal Engine materials. So let's go back to the parent material, and we have to make some changes. This is just like coding. If you're a developer, you probably know how this works in writing a code. We can go ahead and change all of these to parameters simply by right-clicking on a node, right? Not all nodes will allow you to do this. It really depends on what kind of node it is, but all of this actually work with parameters. So right-click, convert to parameter. If you convert into a parameter, it's asking. So right will allow you to do this. It really depends on what kind of node it is, but all of this actually work with parameters. So right-click, convert to parameter. If you convert into a parameter, it's asking us for a name now, because we need to look at the name in the instance and actually be able to define what this color is used for. So this is our base color, right? Base color. Cool. And then these guys, they need to be changing. They need to change to a parameter as well. So right-click, convert to parameter. This is metallic. This, right-click. This is specular. And this one is roughness. Okay. Let's not talk about emissive yet. Let's just keep it simple. Hit apply and save. Nothing's changed. But if we go back to our material instances,
now you see all the values.
Now we see all the values. And check this bad boy out. So we're going to save. Now nothing's changed. Emissive yet. Let's just keep it simple. Hit apply and save. Nothing's changed. But if we go back to our material instances,
now you see all the values.
Now we see all the values. And check this back and save. Nothing's changed. But if we go back to our material instances,
now you see all the values.
Now we see all the values. And check this bad boy out. So we're going to save, make sure everything's saved. Save at the bottom right, so in case we crash. We are going to check these guys just to say, okay, we want to start using these, right? Now we have converted to parameters. So the moment we did that, they appear here. We're going to check our metallic, check our roughness, which means we want to start changing these values. And then check our base color. Open it up. Guess what? Now we check our metallic, have converted to parameters. So the moment we did that, they appear here. We're going to check our metallic, check our roughness, which means we want to start changing these values. And then check our base color. Open it up. Guess what? Now we can update all of these values in real time and see the difference without having to apply anything. So let's go ahead and change the metallic value. Or maybe the roughness. or maybe the specular, right? Which is not going to make that much of a difference right now in this cube. If it was a sphere, we'll see it. Or Farah, what about the color?
Let's turn it into blue. Ooh.
Boom. Right?
Done.
Now, why is this useful? Check this out. So I now want to make this also a cube of similar properties with a different color. I'm going to go ahead, take my master material, create another instance, right? Call this box instance, but I'm going to call this yellow. Yellow. I want this to be my yellow. And then you can see at the bottom left, it says material instance, right? These are my instances. This is my material. I'm going to drag and drop this guy here, right? I'm going to make sure I change this my yellow instance of material, create similar properties. So I now want to make this also a cube of similar properties with a different color. I'm going to go ahead, take my master material, create another instance, right? Call this box instance, but I'm going to call this yellow. Yellow. I want this to be my yellow. And then you can see at the bottom left, it says material instance, right? These are my instances. This is my material. I'm going to drag and drop this guy here, right? I'm going to make sure I change this instance to blue, so I know this is my blue color. Blue, right? Sorry, that's blue T. Blue. Blue. So this is my yellow. Drag and drop. Just want to make sure it's correct. And this is my blue. So now, without going to my master material, I can, oh, this one, that's blue T. Blue. So this is my yellow, drag and drop, just want to make sure it's correct, and this is my blue. So now, without going to my master material, I can open up my yellow, right? Check these guys again, and then I can now set these values independent of the first one. I can change this to yellow. Is that yellow? That is yellow. And I can make it more metallic, make it more rough. And just like that, I didn't have to go and create a whole new material. And then I can now set these values independent of the first one. I can change this to yellow. Is that yellow? That is yellow.
Yellow.
And I can make it more metallic.
Yellow. Okay.
Make it more rough. And just like that, I didn't have to go and create a whole new material, go and keep updating the material graph here. I have all of those accessible within the material instance, and that is why material instances are so freaking powerful. Now, one last thing I just want to cover, since we did play with the emissive, we can go ahead and hook this up now into emissive, and the changes will all go through all the instances, right? Because they're all children of this parent material. Let's go ahead and convert this to a parameter, call it emissive color, right? And then we're going to change this also to a parameter.
Pa.
Okay.
call it emissive intensity, strength or intensity, both of them work, and then hit apply and save.
Both of them.
And we're going to change and convert this to a parameter, call it sys, right? Because they're all up now. Just want to cover, since we did play with the emissive, we can go ahead and hook this up now into emissive, and the changes will all go through all the instances, right? Because they're all children of this parent material. Let's go ahead and convert this to a parameter, call it emissive color, right? And then we're going to change this also to a parameter, call it emissive intensity, strength or intensity, both of them work, and then hit apply and save.
Both of them will
and now both of them
shine bright.
Yes, have an emissive hit called color, right? And then we're going to change this also to a parameter, call it emissive
intensity,
strength or intensity, both of them work, and then hit apply and save.
Both of them will
and now both of them
shine bright.
Yes, have an emissive because it's default at 1. Let's change the default to 0 because we don't want it to emitting light. Maybe I only want one of them to emit light. I want the yellow to emit light. So now I have this extra option, maybe because it's and save.
Both of them will
and now both of them
shine bright.
Yes, have an emissive because it's default at 1. Let's change the default to 0 because we don't want it to emitting light. Maybe I only want one of them to emit light. I want the yellow to emit light. So now I have this extra option for my emissive color and an extra option for emissive strength. I can go ahead and change the emissive color to also yellow and then increase that value right here and see it react in real time. Baby, congratulations.
That was the texture and material. Hold up! Did you guys know you can speed up your workflow by using Polycam's photogrammetry instead of modeling and texturing?
Yeah, you just snap a couple of photos and voila! Plus, your objects will automatically look photorealistic because they're actually real.
Shout out to Polycam for sponsoring this course and giving you guys 30% off their Pro plan. Promo code and link in the description. But what if you want to bring realistic textures from the internet?
That's actually a good question because most of the time we're going to be doing that. We're probably not going to be creating a simple material like this. So let's say you want to bring in material from outside. What we're going to do is use one of the free materials of textures.com. So shout out to these guys. We went ahead to their free section. You can go ahead and do the exact same. And then we looked for this material right here, which says sci-fi panel. So we went on top of the sci-fi panel, and then we went ahead and downloaded the 4K version of all of these different maps right here, except the height map. We didn't need that, and we'll explain why in a moment. So go ahead and download the 4K, 2K, 1K version. The resolution is basically the most of the time we're doing photos and react, and then intensity, both of them work, and then hit apply and save.
Both of them will
and now both of them
shine bright.
Yes, have an emissive because it's default at 1. Let's change the default to 0 because we don't want it to emitting light. Maybe I only want one of them to emit light. I want the yellow to emit light. So now I have this extra option. It's default at 1. Let's change the default to 0 because we don't want it to emitting light. Maybe I only want one of them to emit light. I want the yellow to emit light. So now I have this extra option for my emissive color and an extra option for emissive strength. I can go ahead and change the emissive color to also yellow, and then increase that value. Right here and see it react in real time. Baby, congratulations.
That was the texture and material. Hold up! Did you guys know you can speed up your workflow by using Polycam's photogrammetry instead of
Automatically look photorealistic because they're actually real.
Shout out to Polycam for sponsoring this course and giving you guys 30% off the Pro plan. Promo code and link in the description. But what if you want to bring realistic textures from the internet?
That's actually a good question because most of the time we're going to be doing that. We're probably not going to be creating a simple material like this. So let's say you want to bring in material from outside. What we're going to do is use one of the free materials of textures.com. So shout out to these guys. We went ahead to their free section. You can go ahead and do the exact same. And then we do these guys is use one of the free materials of textures. What we're going to do is use one of the free materials of textures.com. So shout out to these guys. We went ahead to their free section. You can go ahead and do the exact same. And then we look for this material right here, which says sci-fi panel. So we went on top of the sci-fi. Sci-fi panel, and then we went ahead and downloaded the 4K version of all of these different maps right here, except the height map. We didn't need that, and we'll explain why in a moment. So go ahead and download the 4K, 2K, 1K version. The resolution is basically defining how good your materials look, how detailed they look. If you compute computer doesn't have the storage or the performance capabilities, you can go ahead and download a lower res version. So once you download them, we're going to going to go ahead and find them in our content browser on our computer, right? We have it located right here. And what we have to do is simply open up our content drawer. We're going to create a new folder. Call it sci-fi panel. No, let's call it textures.com. I don't check. There's no dot. Textures from internet. Stupidest name, but it's okay. And then we're going to go to our folder right here, and we're going to drag and drop all of these into our content drawer. Really as simple as that, right? They're just going to pop right in. Control space, and we see all of these right here. You can go ahead and double click on them to see what they look like, and their properties are going to be here. You can even change some of these values. I'm not going to go ahead and do that. We don't need that right now. So once you have these textures loaded, we need to go ahead and create a new material to load them in and connect them to the right nodes. So let's go ahead and create a new material. We already know how to do this. What are we going to call it? Sci-fi panels, right? And we're going to open up the material, and we're going to maximize this. Right-click to drag to the side. And I'm going to put this right here so we'll see. And then control space to open up the content drawer. Let's drag everything, shift select everything, and then drag it into the material graph. Now, we have too many nodes, so let's go ahead and separate them, just so we don't get confused by what they are and what they do. And if you forget what each of these maps are, we can go ahead and look on the very left side once we click on them to see what they are. So if they're very small, go ahead and enlarge this space so you'll see what they are. For example, this is my metallic map. This is my AO. I'll explain what that is in a moment. My normal map, my roughness map, and my albedo. Starting from the albedo, these textures, as we talked about, already come with all the details. So you don't have to go ahead and create an RGB value or even a single float value to go ahead and control any of these. You can go ahead and alter them if you like, but by default, default, they come in exactly the way they look online when you download it or purchase these textures. So starting with the albedo file, what is albedo?
The base color.
That's the base color. That's just another word for base color, right? So in order to hook this in, we're going to use RGB value, base color, and we can already see the difference right here in the RGB value. That's the base color, or purchase these textures. So starting with the albedo file, what is albedo?
The base color.
That's the base color. That's just another word for base color, right? So in order to hook this in, we're going to use RGB value, base color, and we can already see the difference right here in this sphere. So first things first, I want to talk to you guys about the bottom right corner right here. You can actually change your viewing mesh. It can be a sphere, it can be a cylinder, it can be a plane for viewing mesh. It can be a sphere, it can be a cylinder, it can be a plane, sometimes that helps. It can be a cube.
Tes 1 2 halo, masih ke halo.
Or I think this is going to be really your viewing mesh. It can be a sphere, it can be a cylinder, it can be a plane, sometimes that helps. It can be a cube, or I think this is going to be really cool for when you have a specific mesh. If you have, let's say, I don't have anything right now to show you guys, but I'll just tell you theoretically how this works. If you have a specific mesh, like a spaceship, that you want to go ahead and use here in the material viewport, you can basically use this button right here. As long as you have the mesh selected in your drawer, you'll be able to switch it with this button, and it will change to that specific spaceship. We don't have it right now. We only have cubes, so it doesn't work. But it's good to know. So, moving on, I want to go ahead and actually apply this to my scene, so you'll make sure to see the differences. So, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and take this cipher panel. Let's on. I want to. We only have cubes, so it doesn't work. But it's good to know. So, moving on, I want to go ahead and actually apply this to my scene, so you make sure to see the differences. So, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and take this cipher panel. Let's apply to this guy right here. So at first, it's great. Why?
Apply.
Apply, baby. Gotta apply.
Let's go.
Hit apply. And boom.
Okay.
The sci-fi panels on top of the guy right here. Go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and take this sci-fi panel.
Oke, ini play dulu. The state of unreal, mas. Keinginan lazy Monday. Hah? Apa itu state of unreal? Zombie. Official 4K Unreal Face Orlando. Oh, ini lagi live.
Yeah, and look, our goals are completely aligned here. And around the launch of UE5, your awesome team at CD Projekt Red announced a collaboration to make world development in Unreal even better. And it's an opportunity we just...
Thank you Mas Eka infonya.
So we've been working on a technical demo together to achieve just that. I think we should take a look at it. You guys ready?
Born ready. Kaitek's gameplay debut for us.
Sure, let's do it.
Apa ini? Skyrim? Bukan.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4.
Wah, Witcher 4.
What you just saw and are going to see now is running on a standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing.
Gila nih gameplay.
In the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer, a witcher. She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin.
Wah, ini harus di save
The
nih.
region we are in is called Kovir, and you'll get to explore it in the game. Right now,
Kovir lagi. Gila, Kovir.
Investigating the monster, and after gathering the clues, she is heading back to a nearby village.
Kovir tuh ini kota daerah. Ini dia Kelpie, kudanya Siri.
So just like Geralt the Roach, Ciri has her own loyal companion.
Pesan mati mas, apa ya? Apa presentasi engine Unreal? Ya, presentasi Unreal Engine baru.
Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback, riding needs to feel seamless, natural, and just fun.
Yeah, and to support that, we're introducing multi-character motion matching in Unreal. So Siri and Kelpie, they're perfectly synchronized when mounting from any angle and speed. And we also support root motion movement on Kelpie, so controlling her feels realistic and grounded. And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got realistic muscles moving, stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance there.
Ini kayaknya, tapi YouTube jadinya agak ini ya. Tetap oh itu tuh kelihatan ininya. Jubahnya kelihatan tadi ada DLSS-nya. Tetap ini pakai DLSS. Kalau nggak pakai DLSS, gila ini. Nggak mungkin achieve secepat ini.
But we don't want to rest until everything we do in Unreal has that same spirit of freedom. There's always more work to do, and foliage is a huge piece of that puzzle. So we are excited to introduce nanite foliage.
Nanite foliage, okay.
And in order to achieve gorgeous foliage density everywhere, while still being memory efficient, fast to render, we believe that a new idea was needed. So instead of the same card approach we've been using for the past 20 years, artists should be free to take a nanite approach to foliage, modeling every single leaf and pine needle. And the old LOD tricks of the past, they needed a complete rethink. And in their place, it's a new adaptive voxel representation in nanite. It's volumetric, it's fully 3D, it is super fast to render. And these dense clusters of triangles turn into these cubes, which at a distance, they're no larger than a pixel, and they react to the changing light of our dynamic sun and our shadows, and they allow artists to render whatever amount of foliage is needed to achieve their vision without compromise.
And no compromise means how ambitious we are when it comes to bringing our vision to life with incredible visuals. But more than that, together with Epic, we created faster-way throughout the world.
Oh ini mah kalau live telat banget ini. Close caption.
Possible experience as we fly down to catch up with Siri.
Di cover ini si apa namanya? Tris, ada si Tris. Dia biasanya ada di cover tempat tinggalnya. Kalau nggak salah ya, Tris Marigold. Wah ini ada kayak mirip-mirip God of War ini.
I'm so excited we can finally show you some of this stuff. Let's see what Valve has to offer.
Tapi kadang si DPR ya real gameplaynya nggak kayak gini sih. Kadang sering kalinya dikurang-kurangin sih. Kayak Witcher aja trailernya sekeren ini sama, cuma pas udah main gamenya belum tentu.
Oh, look at this poor gentleman being taught how to fly by an angry innkeeper.
Nah kan,
That's what happens when you cheat.
tadi bisa ngasih, istilahnya bisa nyumbang lah si koin ya kan, tanpa harus ada scene-scene lebay.
Okay, so this is the guy who gave the series square shit off. Like you probably suspect, he has his own agenda and all of this.
Bancos dong mas kalau kelas cutscene semua, duit dan tenaga.
One using my wagons. No eternity is taking that damn salt to arrive.
I found them, and well, suffice to say, they'll not reach you.
Ya mudah-mudahan sih
As for the salt,
nggak diulang-ulang terus ya ini ya, marketing kayak gitu ya. Mudah-mudahan beneran sesuai dengan ketika di ininya kayak gini lah gitu. Pas udah apa namanya main gamenya sesuai lah gitu. Dibilang Manticore. Wah.
Decides what to do about that merchant. Let's take a look at the character technology that powers this marketplace. Why don't we listen in on these fishmongers? They're selling their wares, chatting up customers.
NPC. NPC-nya udah movementnya udah fluid.
And there is tons of tech to play here. Even in a simple market stall.
Bilang gameplay.
Human tools, improved Unreal smart objects, chaos cloth, and more.
Yeah, and all of this exists to make sure that the gap in quality between Siri and NPCs is as small as possible.
Yeah, and closing that gap, it's not just about fidelity, right, but also authenticity. They should react to changes in the world around them.
But the prisoner in Pillar isn't exciting enough for progress. Let's grab everyone's attention with the circles.
Ada festival nonton. Dynamic NPC.
Deserves a huge crowd though. Let's crank it up.
So you are seeing tons of optimizations here to many of Unreal systems, including an entirely new Unreal animation framework, allowing us to fit easily in our 60 FPS budget, not just in rendering, but also with room to spare on the game thread. Over 300 animated skeletal mesh agents, all going about.
Mas suaranya echo.
And the whole point is to leave breathing room for developers like you to introduce the gameplay and the systems that your players.
Karena nangkep apa mix saya mix saya nangkep suaranya juga soalnya jadinya echo.
You are right. That's the open world RPG that we're making. But before we wrap up, how about one final check-in with Siri?
Kalau ngeliatin Geralt dikit aja, wah.
We are making this game to be the most immersive and ambitious open world Witcher game ever.
Karena Geralt akan tetap ada tapi udah tua.
With the team at Epic. I think what we're doing together is going to bring in a new generation of open world RPGs, and I'm so proud of what we have accomplished so far. We are too. So we're almost done, but before we go, here's a small gift for all Witcher fans.
Masuk Pak Eko.
A first look at Lanjut.
Lanjut ter kalau nggak salah namanya. Itu monsternya yang dia cari. Nice. Ini nanti bakalan keluar tuh nanti ininya.
Thanks, guys.
Gameplay trailer.
Seriously, it looks amazing. And we've also barely scratched the surface of what's coming in Unreal 5.6. So, here's Julien to tell you even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Ini yang saya pakai 5.5, ini dia 5.6. 5.6. Berarti baru lagi. Ini lampunya. Kurung.
Hey everyone, great to be here in Orlando. I spent a lot of time on this demo, so I'm happy to be the one to talk about what went into the 5.6 release. An open world like that was just the perfect content to focus on our main goal for the release, which was performance. We want the engine to scale to large and rich worlds. We want to preserve graphics quality. And of course, we want to deliver high frame rates that you and your players expect. So let's check it out, starting with rendering. If you all remember, when we released Nanite with UE5, it supported static geometry.
Ini yang terbaru 5,6. Yang saya pakai 5,5.
only way to have a forest that looks as good as this one is to use 3D geometry for all parts of the trees, just like we do for everything else. However, this is a crazy amount of fine geometry, so we have to rethink how trees are created and displayed. To create them, we developed nanite assemblies. These 28 little parts that you see are all that we use to build all the spruces from the forest. They are instanced thousands of times and
Ini
used
ada
by building blocks to assemble trees in different ways.
loh. Ini Infinity Nikki di awal. Enggak, Infinity Nikki yang salah satu yang pakai Unreal Engine. Ya bah, Game of Thrones, King's Road, Story Driven. Wih, ada Jon Snow juga di sini. Game of Thrones, King's Road. Oh, ini yang obscure. World of Tanks, Ninja Gaiden, Scarlet Super, Carmen Sandiego. Gila, Unreal makin kaya aja Unreal. Redemption Road ini apaan? Zaman dulu campur ke zaman now gitu. Seamlessly switch timeline gitu ya. Medieval ke modern. Itu GP. New World. Kok namanya kayak si Gaben, Gabe Newell. Gabe Newell ya, mana kan? Newell. Saya mau ngerekam dulu nih yang tadi nih, yang Witcher. Langsung diupload buat konten, ya enggak? Ini apa ini? Split Fiction. Oh, apa ini? Namco, Netflix. Wih, ini mas. Tadi apa tuh? Kayak Gundam tadi. Oh, dia makainya Unreal. Gila benar. Film makainya Unreal. Udah, kayak Unreal udah kayak raya udah dah. Yoi. Masih dunia kecuali RPG pixel art 8 bit. Kalau yang pixel art makanya ini kebanyakan makanya deh. Oh, ini pakai Unreal juga berarti si Dominic Toretto. Apa tuh kemarin game apa ini? Ya, ini Witcher. Berarti dari sini. Oke, saya mau rekam dari sini ah. Ininya 2160 4K bisa nggak nih? Suara
Jeepers, eh? The ploughing plonker. Break me pearlies on this blasted pit-ridden tract.
We've veered off dry road. Oi! The devil's after you! It's running from!
Let me out there. Shield him.
Salt. Almost had me fooled, Fruin.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the State of Unreal at Unreal Fest Orlando. We're here to show you what's next with Unreal Engine and so much more. We are thrilled that you're able to join us. Thank you. But first things first, I'm here with Sebastian and Kaitek from CD Projekt Red. We have a lot to talk about. Hey, guys.
Hey. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt, and hello, everyone. With The Witcher 4, we're stepping things up. And to do that, we needed the right partner. One that truly understands that great open-world games are all about art and technology coming together.
Yeah, and look, our goals are completely aligned here. And around the launch of UE5, your awesome team at CD Projekt Red announced a collaboration to make open-world development in Unreal even better. And it's an opportunity, we just couldn't pass it up. So we've been working on a technical demo together to achieve just that. I think we should take a look at it. You guys ready?
Born ready. Kaitek is going to play the build for us.
Sure, let's do it.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4. What you just saw and are going to see now is running on a standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing. So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer, a witcher. She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin. The region we are in is called Kovir, and you'll get to explore it in the game. Right now, Ciri is investigating a monster, and after gathering new clues, she is heading back to a nearby village. All right, everyone, meet Kelpie.
Let weeds be weeds, Kelpie.
So just like Geralt had Roach, Ciri has her own loyal companion.
We return to town.
These two characters need to feel like one. Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback, riding needs to feel seamless, natural, and just fun.
Yeah, and to support that, we're introducing multi-character motion matching in Unreal. So Ciri and Kelpie, they're perfectly synchronized when mounting from any angle and speed. And we also support root motion movement on Kelpie, so controlling her feels realistic and grounded. And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got realistic muscles moving and stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance there.
So let's leave Siri behind for a second and talk about the world itself. So much of the Witcher world is natural, organic, especially Kovir with its dense forest and wild nature.
Yeah, and wild nature is hard. And with nanite geometry, we've freed artists from so many of their old constraints. But we don't want to rest until everything we do in Unreal has that same spirit of freedom. There's always more work to do. And foliage is a huge piece of that puzzle. So we are excited to introduce nanite foliage. And in order to achieve gorgeous foliage density everywhere, while still being memory efficient, fast to render, we believe that a new idea was needed. So instead of the same card approach we've been using for the past 20 years, artists should be free to take a nanite approach to foliage, modeling every single leaf and pine needle. And the old LOD tricks of the past, they needed a complete rethink. And in their place, it's a new adaptive voxel representation in nanite. It's volumetric, it's fully 3D, it is super fast to render. And these dense clusters of triangles turn into these cubes, which at a distance, they're no larger than a pixel, and they react to the changing light of our dynamic sun and our shadows, and they allow artists to render whatever amount of foliage is needed to achieve their vision without compromise.
And no compromise means how ambitious we are when it comes to bringing our vision to life with incredible visuals. But more than that, together with Epic, we created faster way to load the world. We can now bring in more content more quickly for the smoothest possible experience as we fly down to catch up with Siri. Welcome to Valdrest. So Valdrest is a port town, a hub for fishing, trade and mining. It's one of those places where you can meet shady characters or overhear gossip from other lands. It's also where Ciri took on her current contract. High-tech, let's leave Kelpie here and explore the marketplace and food. I'm so excited we can finally show you some of this stuff. Let's see what Valdrest has to offer.
Not her again.
Present him with a fish. For the furry rascal will often wait, and the bear's weight grants good fortune.
Pardon.
Guys, notice how responsive the world is. Character actions directly affect what happens around you, sometimes even setting off chain reactions. Everything is working together. Oh, look at this poor gentleman being taught how to fly by an angry innkeeper. That's what happens when you cheat at Gwent.
Last of it, is it?
Okay, so this is the guy who gave the series quest his own. Like you probably suspect, he has his own agenda in all of this.
You're off your tits again, Wilfred. Get your ass up.
A typical day's toil.
Who in? Ah, Witcheress. What news of my wagons? No eternity is taking that damn salt to arrive.
I found them. And, well, suffice to say, they'll not reach you. As for the salt, I found not one speck. I presume this comes as no surprise to you. Now. Kavir's smuggling trade is of no concern to me.
Shush.
The Manticore, that flattened your cars and devoured your men? Quite the opposite.
Manticore? No, them winged hellspawn dwell in the arse end of Creighton.
While Siri decides what to do about that merchant, let's take a look at the character technology that powers this marketplace. Why don't we listen in on these fishmongers? They're selling their wares, chatting up customers.
Morning, catch this is. I'm none fresher.
Rugged me ladies after one of them.
Get this cleaned and gutted for you. You mind, dearest? Into seeing something more. Got mackerel cod, all Braxton's finest.
And there is tons of tech at play here, even in this simple market stall. Metahuman tools, improved Unreal smart objects, chaos cloth, and more.
Yeah, and all of this exists to make sure that the gap in quality between Siri and NPCs is as small as possible.
Yeah, and closing that gap, it's not just about fidelity, right, but also authenticity. They should react to changes in the world around them.
But the prisoner in pillory isn't exciting enough for Valdrest. Let's grab everyone's attention with a circus. But the great performance deserves a huge crowd though. Let's crank it up.
So you are seeing tons of optimizations here to many of Unreal systems, including an entirely new Unreal animation framework, allowing us to fit easily in our 60 FPS budget, not just in rendering, but also with room to spare on the game thread. Over 300 animated skeletal mesh agents all going about their business. And the whole point is to leave breathing room for developers like you to introduce the gameplay and the systems that your players expect, empowering you to make your worlds come to life without Unreal standing in your way.
You are right, and that's the open world RPG that we're making. But before we wrap up, how about one final check-in with Siri? We are making this game to be the most immersive and ambitious open world Witcher game ever. And we are making this a reality thanks to our work on Unreal with the team at Epic. I think what we are doing together is going to bring in a new generation of open world RPGs, and I'm so proud of what we accomplished so far.
We are too.
So we're almost done, but before we go, here's a small gift for all Witcher fans. A first look at Lanjut.
Onward, Kelby. We've work to do.
Thanks, guys. Seriously, it looks amazing. And we've also barely scratched the surface of what's coming in Unreal 5.6. So here's Julien to tell you even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, great to be here in Orlando. I spent a lot of time on this demo, so I'm happy to be the one to talk about what went into the 5.6 release. An open world like that was just the perfect content to focus on our main goal for the release, which was performance. We want the engine to scale to large and rich worlds. We want to preserve graphics quality. And of course, we want to deliver high frame rates that you and your players expect. So let's check it out, starting with rendering. If you all remember, when we
creators, filmmakers, car designers, architects, fashion designers, I could go on, you're all here. Creators, filmmakers, car designers, architects.
Team. Thank you, everyone.
And there's already some great artists. And speaking of that, Corey was just driving Blue with a consumer web editor and groom.
And learn you shall. Batch actions to You guys just raised your goals, worked and battle tested by some of the world's best track record of using Unreal to make movies like Guardians of the Galaxy.
We're having a blast crafting scenes in UE for Prey. I got to show Dan the cool things we had brewing. And that led to an idea. What if Predator was an animated movie? Fast forward to the industry contraction of 2023, and projects started dropping like flies. But this crazy ambitious film. Fast forward to the industry contraction of 2023, and projects started dropping like flies. But this crazy ambitious film with a crazy ambitious schedule materialized right in the middle of it all. For 20 years, on more than 1,000 projects, the artists at TTF have been on the front lines of visual storytelling in movies, games, and episodics. When Predator came along, they took all of that live-action experience,
Gila Unreal, gila emang gila.
And great stories, and poured their heart
Kayak raya nih Unreal ini. Film, game.
I pitched a film rooted in live action that looks and feels like moving.
Biasa emang.
We developed a handcrafted style from the paint strokes to our stop-motion inspired movement on twos. It was a monumental challenge, but the leap into anim led to significant innovation. Our team built Hummingbird, our real-time lighting and comp tool inside UE. It handled all of our stylization passes in-engine before render. We saved countless render hours and reduced our hard drive usage to 1/50th the space traditionally required. Now,
Render video cutscene ya.
Ursa has this deep-rooted thirst for revenge.
Mendominasi industri ya, industri 3D art, movie art, segala macam art.
Did an entire battle in one shot. What if we kept the camera focused on her goal? And what if Ursa fought them all?
Industri peranimasian, iya.
The best way to speed up any production is to speed up.
Udah bang, kerjaannya udah kelar. Apa gimana? Ini lagi istirahat.
Up on screen in 4 months, allowing us to iterate.
Semangat bang.
Really make it sing before shifting into
20th Century Studio.
Ultimately delivering the film in 18 months. If this movie were live action, we'd be filming at golden hour every day for weeks with a massive crew and several giant vats of blood. In animation, we really wanted to go for it, no holding back. So we choreographed every composition, every strike, every arrow, and blood splatter, like a gigantic dance with 98 parts. Yet we also wanted to feel the camera operator reacting to all the kills as they
Belum bang, lagi break, oke. Sambil nyebat.
On behalf of 20th Century Studios, Dan Trachtenberg, and all of us
20th Century Video
we hope you enjoy
Studio.
this exclusive clip from Predator, Killer of Killers.
Predator. Sadis. Belajar terus. Ini kayak Assassin's Creed, Viking, Valhalla. Dari tali pala buntung mulu. Killer of Killer, Predator.
It's the Predator movie we've always wanted, and it's pre-vised, assembled, lit, rendered, and composited all in Unreal. And it's premiering this Friday on Hulu, so check it out. And congratulations to Josh and the team.
Sambil ngedit tadi tuh langsung saya edit
There are so
langsung
many
diposting
incredible games that we could highlight today.
Witcher tadi.
Last year, we celebrated Black Myth Wukong from Game Science.
Wah, Wukong.
It's now grossed over $1 billion.
Gila.
This year,
$1 billion.
we're celebrating another example of a small team that's taking the world by storm. Clair Obscure Expedition 33 is an absolute masterpiece from Sandfall Interactive. And in an eerie case of numerical serendipity, Expedition 33 sold over 3 million units in its first 33 days. It started with an epic money grant, and it's now a serious contender for games.
Menang banyak secara yang
Let's hear from Sandfall's co-founder, Tom Guillermin.
Bonjour Onelfest, I am Tom Guillermin, co-founder and technical director
Iya, secara engine menang banyak.
the studio behind Clair Obscure Expedition 33. It's an honor to be able to share a few words with you today. When we began the development of Expedition 33 back in 2020, Unreal was starting to open up new possibilities for a smaller team like ours to create games in realistic 3D, with mega scans and later the release of
Dia pakai mega scan. Mega scan nih buat yang landscape-nya nih, pakai mega scan dia.
3D scenes and characters. As a small team,
Mega scan free lagi, gila benar.
the engine's strengths, religiously getting every update to try out the
Nih.
new features and optimizations.
Nanti lagi dah, belajar Unreal nanti lagi.
Development focused on the element that would have
Ngedit dulu yang tadi nih, apaan nih Witcher nih.
the visual identity of our world, the story and the characters, and of course the gameplay with this blend of turn-based strategy and real-time action. The Unreal Engine has been the key element empowering our small team to create our dream game, and I would like to thank all the people that contributed to the engine, both Epic for the amazing software they've created, but also the community for all the plugin, tutorials, assets, and resources that you can find online. to
Edition
get started.
33.
It is this whole ecosystem that allowed the project to grow organically, from my friend Guillaume booting up the Unreal Engine for the first
Kalau
time
ini
in 2019,
nggak pure kayak Persona nih, masih lebih mending jadinya.
6 years later,
Mungkin
the
saya akan main ini kali ini,
with that very
Expedition
same
nih.
new project file. Even though we are a small studio, we never felt alone during this
Jadi mereka benar-benar diri mereka sendiri yang bertarung gitu loh,
and the community.
nggak pakai yang aneh-aneh.
Extremely grateful for that. We really hope we will keep seeing more and more amazing games and experiences
Bedah karakter,
made with Unreal
bukan bedah
in the years.
karakter apa ya?
And on the behalf of everybody at Sandfall, we wish you a great Unreal Fest, and we're looking forward to meeting you all in the
Video
future.
game.
Tomorrow comes. Demain viendra. Cheers.
Thanks, Tom. And congrats to you and the team. We're so happy for you guys. Now, this year we're seeing more and more momentum with mobile devs who are capitalizing on the increasing player demand for high-performance and immersive mobile games. One team that's leading the way in UE5 mobile development is Infold Games, whose gorgeous game Infinity Nikki offers a unique blend of action and adventure. Please welcome Zhe Ding to the stage to tell you more.
Ini closed captionnya nggak ngaruh karena live sih.
Hi everyone. First, I want to thank our friend at Epic for inviting me here today. As you can probably tell, I'm a little nervous being on stage in English. But I was even more nervous when I first joined the
Bootnya mirip Bang Blazing lah.
Infinity Nikki, our most ambitious project yet. Let me share our story with you. Our journey began in 2012 with just 4 people. Here are the games released before starting Infinity Nikki in 2021.
Nikki,
And
Love
we will still
Nikki.
update all of them today.
Shining Nikki, oh ya, tadinya bukan Infinity kan, awal-awalnya.
An interactive story gameplay. We could have stayed comfortably inside a space, but we didn't want to. We want to create a life beyond amazing. That means crafting new experience no one has ever imagined. That means pushing far beyond current generation technology to deliver a game that not only looks stunning, but stay emotionally touching for years to come. That means Infinity Nikki, our first Unreal Engine 5 cross-platform game, with over 20 million downloads at launch, largely driven by mobile.
Yang ternyata bosnya game laki.
We began editing during the pandemic.
Bosnya game laki.
About finding a peace in a cozy open
Ini
world.
bosnya apa?
Bringing happiness to
Game
everyone.
cowok Sigma ini.
Dress up is not just for
Kok
style.
nakinya ada 2?
It's a way to interact with the lively world, alone or with friends.
Oh, ini bisa multiplayer sekarang. Nikki. Kemarin game belum bisa multiplayer.
That supports outfit customization, even in corporate mode. with over
Apa, Dek?
1,000 outfit parts and more than 100 colorful characters. A huge map full of fine details for deep beauty, perfect for close-up camera shots. And it must run smoothly on our platform for all players. Big goals. We had never launched a cross-platform game before, but we promised our community, our partner, and Nikki that we will give it our all. Yes, it was crazy. Unreal Engine 5 is about making crazy idea real. We had a debate, even I hesitated. But with Unreal Engine 5, Infinity Nikki's vision come to life. Lumen gave us movie quality lighting in real time. Open world tools like word partition help our team of over 1,000 people stay creative and work well together. Unreal Engine 5's new rendering help our team bring amazing visuals to mobile devices. Thanks to Epic support, we made it happen. Now let's take a look at the open world. We want to make a
Ini masih luas banget kan. Saya maininnya belum nyampe kemana-mana ini.
Our first map covers
Jadi pengen main lagi cuma
with dense vegetation and
gimana ya?
We had to make sure memory and performance were never compromised, especially on mobile.
Ojol main Nikki ya, jarang terjadi.
GPU rendering system. With smart GPU culling and the level of detail control, Joker and Triangle stay in budget on all devices. You may wonder why we put so much care into these details. I want to share a fan story that shows what Unreal Engine 5 means for our players, beyond outfits and open world. This is a true story from our fan, Xin Shiqiao.
My mom and I play Infinity Nikki differently. She
My
reads
mom
every
and I.
item description, smiles when Nikki jumps, and changes into a pretty blue outfit. It does not matter if she finishes the platforming. When I was finally able to take her on a long-distance trip, she spent hours picking dresses and took many photos, even of a small flower by the road. Now I understand.
Game cewek.
My mom loves every
Saya main
small
ini sih.
moment. We play
Kalau mau anak saya, cuma anak saya malah senengnya Roblox.
each other the same.
Ya udah jadinya gimana gitu. Dia main ini agak bosen.
We hope you enjoy this story. We hope you find
Belum umurnya kayaknya.
the world's beauty in Infinity Nikki, the coziest open world game for OV1. Thank you for your time and have an amazing and real fest.
Ini Unreal.
Thanks, Joshua. Wow, what a beautiful world they've
Bisa
created.
aja lah.
All right, there's one more amazing UE5 game that you've got to check out, and it's coming to the Epic Games Store. Please welcome Ken Kim, CEO of Netmarble Monster, to the stage.
Bah, Netmarble.
Hello everyone, excited to be here today. I'd like to first thank Epic Games for this opportunity. It's a great honor to introduce our latest project here at Unreal Fest. Let me introduce Mongil Stardive. Mongil Stardive is the successor to Monster Taming, a game we first launched back in 2013. Known as Mongil in Korea, the game was a huge success, surpassing 10 million downloads just in Korea. With this new title, we aim to expand the world of Mongil by creating a
Apalagi nih
vibrant
Genshin
world
Impact.
filled with countless characters and monsters. To
Oh, iya,
achieve
iya.
this, we chose
Mirip Genshin Impact
Unreal
nih.
Engine 5, which allowed us to capture even the most thoroughly
Ininya Genshin Impact
the
nih.
characters, making the world of Stardive truly come alive. This was the best choice
Mongil
to deliver
Stardive.
a seamless cross-platform experience across PC, console, and mobile. One of our key
Genshin Impact aja udah gacanya luar biasa. Ini apalagi nih?
experience by giving each and every character
Solo leveling game ini juga sih. Netmarble.
That means every time you change characters, either feel
Kemarin
like
main Genshin Impact baru 1 jam udah ngerasa aduh gitu. Ya udah adu-aduhan sih.
Moreover, the monsters in Stardive are not just enemies. They can be tamed, nurtured, and become your companions along the journey. Depending on their traits,
Didaw.
they can also be used to craft weapons or used as ingredients
Ini customnya lebih
player
apa?
with strategy
Custom,
and
custom.
selection to the game. Each monster is a living, growing creature, transforming the conventional
Ya apa namanya bajunya lah, dressnya lebih
dynamic relationship.
tidak sefantasi
The Epic
Genshin.
Game Store, with its global
Lebih
reach
kayak
and strong community, is
Square
the
Enix,
ideal platform to connect with players
Final
around the
Fantasy
world.
dan
We are happy to
kawan-kawannya
announce
Kingdom
that
Hearts.
Lanjut Stardive will be exclusively
Cuma kalau cewek-ceweknya ya gitulah ya.
Now, I'm
Lihat
excited to
sendiri.
show you a brand new trailer from the game.
Jamur. Kadas kurap kutu air. Mongil. Mongol jadi mongil. Mungil. Iya. Jawab Dede.
Thank you. 감사합니다. We hope to see you at tomorrow's session. Speaking of our friends at Epic Games Store, let's hear from Steve Allison.
Steve Allison, General Manager, Game Store.
Thanks, Ken. It's exciting to see Netmarble Monster bringing Moga
CEO-nya siapa ya? Tadi kayaknya nggak nongol CEO.
and taking advantage of our Epic
Apa
First Run program
saya nggak ngelihat?
100% of the first 6 months of net revenue. As you know, our industry is living through significant headwinds right now, and the Epic Game Store offers all developers a toolkit for maximum financial success that starts with our 8812 rev share and just gets better from there. Now on Epic, our back catalog program, like Epic First Run, allows you to keep 100% of net revenue for the first 6 months on back catalog titles that you bring to the Epic Game Store. And for Unreal developers, Launch Everywhere with Epic reduces your engine royalty rate from 5% to 3.5% on all platforms and stores when you ship your UE-based games day and date on the Epic Game Store. And remember, Unreal Engine
Pakai software sampai
0% royalty on all Epic Game Store sales.
kalau banyak yang mau pakai software.
Additionally, you also have the option to use any in-app purchase payment solution you want, and when you do, you keep 100% of that IAP revenue. We want to do everything we can to help during this critical time to maximize your success, so we have added another tool to the Epic Game Store toolkit. Starting June 1st, we've changed our initial revenue share to 0%, so that you receive 100% of the first $1 million in net revenue, and then 12% to Epic after passing that threshold. Pretty cool, yeah, awesome. And this change is per title and per year. So this applies to new titles and back catalog releases and all existing and future Epic Game Store partners and their titles
Epic-nya di
on both
Fortnite
PC
ya.
and mobile benefit from this change immediately. And so life to date, we paid our developer and publishing partners
Beri banyak game gratis
$2.1
Bang.
billion, and we're just getting
Sekali Bang
started.
ya.
So let's talk a little bit about what's next. So even after
Epic memang
years
sangat epic.
of building the store on PC, we know there's still a ton of work to be done to deliver a world-class experience for our over 70 million monthly active users. And in the coming months, we'll be rolling out long overdue features on PC that will move us closer to that vision. Download Manager 2.0 was released just a few weeks ago, and preloading is coming finally in September.
Okay.
Gifting is targeting a release in time for the holidays so that you can gift games to your friends.
Semoga semakin barokah,
We're
amin.
rolling out this year, and we'll connect our PC and mobile players together with game-independent voice chat.
Steam nggak ada kayak beginian ya. Steam mah kayaknya fokus di
third-party games. And this will be the building block
platform jual beli aja ya.
social features on the store that will follow. We're also putting great focus on ongoing launcher improvements that will make the store feel great to use. And of course, delivering a great player experience means meeting players wherever they are, which is why mobile remains a key focus for us. We've already seen strong momentum on mobile with over 40 million installs to date, and we're pushing hard to hit 70 million by the end of the year. The Epic Game Store is
Gila udah milion-milionan gila mah.
and we are continuing to expand our global
Ngomongnya
footprint
udah
on
kayak
iOS. Today it's available on iOS
juta-juta itu udah kayak ratusan ribu doang. Udah kayak receh.
as new laws in those countries come
Duitnya berapa itu ya deh?
In Q1,
We launched with a curated selection of third-party titles, and as of today, there are over 70 games live on the Epic Games Store mobile, with more being added regularly. This deliberate, phased approach ensures a high-quality experience as we gear up to open the store to self-publishing in the near future. In March, to accelerate installs and to keep players coming back week after week, we brought our weekly free games program to mobile. So each week, as we do on PC, we are partnering with developers to give players at least one new free game directly through the app.
Weekly free game, nice, of course.
Celebrating the best of premium mobile and partnering with developers on content packs for free-to-play games. Our focus is getting the Epic Games Store mobile to 1.0. This is defined by two major new additions to the store, and the first of which is rolling out very soon. We're launching Epic Web Shops in July. Developers will be able to come into our tools and easily set up a shop for in-app purchases for mobile and PC games. And through Epic Web Shops, you can leverage our industry-best rev share and offer players a better deal with all. And as an extra benefit, all players spending
Steam dulu sering ngasih game free.
also accrues Epic rewards on all purchases.
Kasih game yang bagus-bagus lagi lah, Bang Epic, biar makin baru.
We're democratizing web shops by making them super easy to set up and available to all developers.
100%.
And second, we'll be launching mobile self-publishing tools in Q4,
Ini bekas.
opening up the store to all mobile developers to set up and distribute your games.
Bekas siapa?
Well, that's it for me today. If you want to learn more about our plans for the Epic Games Store, join us today at 3:45. And now, Hannah Lowry will join us to share what's new in the Fortnite
Panas begini.
ecosystem. Thank you.
Si panas. Halo Bang Mondi. Mampir. Oh. Yoi Bang, thank you Bang, udah mampir Bang. Ini lagi nonton Abang Epic. Bang Epic yang makin epic. Nah, Lauri.
Thank you. We launched Unreal Editor
Udah, mak-mak gamer.
2 years ago with a simple goal: give developers everything they need to build, launch, and grow their own games in Fortnite. Since then, it's been incredible to see how creators and players have responded. Millions of people are playing games built by you. And since the launch of UEFN, players have spent over 11.2 billion hours across more than 260,000 live creator-made games. These experiences are a foundational part of Fortnite. Creators are leading the way by reimagining live events in Fortnite and driving players to the ecosystem. In fact, this last weekend, Super Red vs. Blue by Jogo hit a major milestone. For the first time ever, a creator-made island took the #1 spot for concurrent players in Fortnite, surpassing even Epic's own games.
Iya benar Fortnite ya. Enggak. Jogo.
This is a proof system is heading in the right direction. Watching developers experiment, build, and push UEFN to its limits has been inspiring. But it goes beyond just making games. Creators are
Kalau Steam CS:GO ya, Counter Strike ya. Kalau Epic ini ya, Fortnite ya.
Engagement payouts going to third-party creators have already reached 720.
Dulu ada Unreal Tournament kan, Unreal Tournament cuma belum udah nggak zamannya lagi kan.
None of this would be
Sekarang
possible
Fortnite ya.
without you, our community, which is core to UEFN. We're proud to have thousands of dedicated developers building this ecosystem with us, and part of building this lasting ecosystem is talking with developers, learning from your experiences, and using this information to help shape our roadmap. Because ultimately, what good is a feature if no one wants it? This is why we've launched the Let's Chat live stream series to answer your burning questions and address your concerns. So far, we've discussed moderation, the new Fortnite data API, and the state of the ecosystem, with more coming at the end of this month. That's enough for me. Help me welcome to the stage an outstanding UEFN developer, Tom Jank.
Tom Hank, CEO Jeng Studio.
Glad to see you here in Orlando. How are you feeling?
Oh, ini yang pembuat Fortnite-nya.
Why don't we get started by you telling
Keren
us
saya
how
dia
the
pakai
value of
masker.
UEFN for those who don't already know?
Kumis brewok.
Yeah, I actually originally started in the animated film industry. I worked for Netflix, Pixar, but I was really looking to kind of be my own boss. I really wanted to do my own thing. And so, one thing led to another, and now I'm here, State of Unreal.
Now you're here. How did you find success in UEFN? Like, how did you build towards what you are today?
Well, I released a few maps, but the momentum really started coming when I started releasing my warm-ups. I posted daily on Twitter, just these janky experiments that are kind of weird and wacky, and people thought, how is he doing this in UEFN? And so that built to commissions and work and me doing this full time.
I know a lot of people are probably familiar with your warm-ups. Did you ever make any of those into maps?
Actually, that's where Fortnite football came from. I would pick up these little dinos and move them around, and I coded it wrong once and just punted them across the field.
Ini yang rematch, oh bukan, Fortnite.
This is kind of fun.
Yang rematch itu apa ya studionya?
But no dinos.
No, I got to keep within the age rating.
It seems like Jank has been sort of core to your experience on the platform, or core to what it was like for you to learn. Can you tell us a little bit about how you landed on that brand?
Yeah, actually, I am not formally trained in game design or programming, so I really started to kind of lean into that. This is a little janky. I'm using this new software. I'm building this fun stuff. And that just became part of my brand. If I messed up, oh, it's just jank. That's how it is. And so you can hear more about it in my session, the upcoming later this week, Tom Jenks UEFN Survival Guide.
I love the name. It's a great name. Thank you so much for joining us up here. I mean, for us, it's really good to hear that regardless of the experience you had coming to this ecosystem, you were still able to sort of build and make a name for yourself here. That's really what we're looking for. We have a couple things on the roadmap to hopefully make your experience in the ecosystem a little bit smoother. So here to tell us more about what's coming next in UEFN is Sax Pearson.
Fortnite la babaji.
Thank you, Tom and Hannah. Let's start with an update.
PUBG jadi babaji.
Often delayed feature, Scene Graph. Scene Graph is one of those foundational pillars that we really want to get right. And I'm pleased to say that the first release of Scene Graph is coming this Saturday, June 7th.
Pisang Fortnite.
Scene Graph is a foundational layer of the engine that unifies the
Pisang maksudnya apa ya? Pisang ya? Fortnite.
making everything you build accessible
Banana Man.
source code. In the editor, Scene Graph enables rapid construction of rich detail environments by organizing entities into a clear hierarchical view. Repeating elements like desks or chairs in an auditorium can be converted into prefabs, simplifying management, enabling easy variation. And at runtime, your verse code can traverse the same hierarchy to dynamically modify the scene. So whether it's moving a platform, adjusting a light, changing a weapon's ammo count, everything is done in Scene Graph. Scene Graph worlds are built on robust modular systems engineered from the ground up to be the foundation of UE and UEFN going forward. So this year, we're shipping more tools like custom items, skill-based matchmaking, new social systems like Bubble Chat to bring players together. But before we get into roadmaps, I want to share an update on something we talked about last year. We intended to ship the first season of Fortnite Battle Royale, built with UEFN in version 2025. Since then, plans have changed a bit, and we're not going to be able to meet that target. Right now, we're tracking to 2026. But today, UEFN is an integral part of development for Reload, Ballistic, and other internal projects, but we still haven't hit a few key milestones to support a full Battle Royale season. So for the rest of 2025, we're going to be focused on closing those gaps while continuing to ship new UEFN features for you. A big focus of working on making it easier for players to find amazing games you've built. The release of off-platform features like deep linking, enabling you to market your game on social media, link players directly to your island inside Fortnite. And in-game retention tools like Favorite a Creator gives you more ways than ever to build and engage communities directly inside Fortnite. So far, 6 creators have already surpassed 1 million favorites in games since launching the feature last year. And this not only makes it easier for players to discover and play their favorite games, but it's also a great opportunity for creators to grow their audience and their business. To further support that growth, we're doubling down on data sharing and helping you make smarter decisions as you build and launch your games. Let's talk a bit about the new Fortnite Data API. We are building Fortnite to be a true open ecosystem, one where creators have full insight into every dynamic factor that makes a game successful. And the Fortnite Data API is a key part of that vision. 2 years ago, we made the CTU of every Fortnite island visible in-game. It gave creators a clearer view into what resonates with players, helping to surface trends and improve iteration so creators can build more strategically. And community-based tools like Fortnite GG and FCHQ have shown the value of transparent Fortnite data. Now we're expanding that visibility. We released the first version of Fortnite Data API 1 week ago, giving creators access to essential metrics like acquisition, engagement, and retention for all Epic-made islands. And starting on June 9th, that same level of insight will extend to all islands in Fortnite. You can use the API to build your own dashboard or reference existing tools and websites to better understand performance, giving you the opportunity to find the right genre, the right audience, and the right moment to launch your game.
Kalau negara kita bukan Fortnite tapi Free Fire ya. Free Fire Garena ya. Garena juga dari mana? Garena dari Malaysia apa Singapura ya?
Developers to use emerging tech to create awesome games. The Epic Developer Assistant is an AI tool that currently in beta that will improve creator productivity. It's a general-purpose chatbot that can guide you through developing games in UEFN, and it'll even generate verse code from simple prompts. Please welcome Heather Storm, who will help us drive a live demo of the Assistant.
Hey everyone! So let's set up the challenge that we want the Assistant to help us with. We built an escape room with the challenge that you need to collect 3 props in order to escape through the center of the map.
Karakter Fortnite tapi gamenya game
within our play space. So
game beda lagi
the
itu.
Epic Developer Assistant to help us out. Now, I don't want to subject you to my typing skills, so we're gonna copy and paste the prompt directly into the Assistant.
Epic Developer Assistant.
Hey Assistant, I need some verse code that will randomly spawn 5
udah pakai AI.
I've added some extra context here, such as
Dev
how the
community.
spawn radius and how far apart the prop should spawn.
Wah, ini harus ini nih. Epic Developer Assistant Qur'an editor for Fortnite tahun 5 Fortnite. App itu masih ya, nggak ada Singapura ya, Singapura.
For our players and me. Finally, we'll name our verse file and the editable variable, prop to spawn.
So while the Assistant generates a response, you can see it may provide relevant documentation to your request. The Assistant is powered by GPT-4.1 and is fine-tuned using our Epic's own verse code.
Bang Blazing sibuk ya. Ntar ya pasti kan nggak mabar kan, besok juga kerja kan.
Once the Assistant has generated the code, it'll test.
Tengah malam nggak bakal bisa mabar bang. Saya mau mabar sama Bang Blok tanggal 12 nih.
How to use it, and then we have the code. Alright, it looks good. Let's go into VS Code and
Si Beng Shopee sama juga. Oh.
Now, I already started this code earlier today to make it a little easier for us to do this live. So let's delete everything that's there and replace it with what we just generated from the Assistant. We'll save, and then we'll press the build button in the top right-hand corner, and it built successfully.
Langsung otomatis, romantis.
But we're not done yet. Now
gampang banget. Wah, belum bisa join dulu ya. Jangan. Alman.
Is set to spawn the
Ntar malah kacau kerjaannya.
Our custom prop banana. All right, that's all good. Let's push verse changes. And finally go in to live edit. When this loads, we'll be able to test that our random spawner code works, making sure that our bananas spawn randomly and that every 10 seconds they move. We gotta collect 3. And now we can escape. And that's it. Now our team can continue to iterate and refine our game.
Mini game gitu ya, mini game di Fortnite.
This is just a quick, simple example of how the Epic Developer Assistant can streamline creator workflows, and eventually it'll be directly integrated into the editor. You can try it for yourself right now on the Epic Developer Community site as it enters beta and is live today. Thank you, Heather.
Jadi ke record tuh sih suara Streamlab nih di recording Witcher. Jadi saya harus recording ulang.
Creators more power and flexibility to bring your creative vision to life. Another example of this is how we've redefined what's possible through deep IP integration. We've been collaborating with the leaders in film, television, music, and sports since Fortnite's earliest days. It started with a few iconic outfits in Battle Royale, and has evolved into entire seasons shaped around cultural experiences that players love. We wanted every creator to be a part of that adventure, so last year we kicked off a movement that started just that. We work with brands so creators can build with world-class
Tools
IP.
TMNT.
Simple
Kode
one-click
redeemnya diterapkan orang-orang Indonesia.
Negotiated share of the engagement payout and all the brand safeguards that we've developed.
Kode redeemnya diterapkan orang Indonesia maksudnya.
Fortnite seamlessly. As a first partner announced at GDC last year, the LEGO Group has been leading the charge, enabling creators to expand the LEGO Fortnite universe with original games and stories. And on June 17th,
Lego Fortnite, karakter Lego gitu di Fortnite.
It launches with 50 classic bricks,
Kenapa harus banana?
giving creators the power
Apa
to build
sejarahnya itu
Lego
banana?
brick by brick in Fortnite for the very first time.
Lego Fortnite.
Our second partner to join the movement was Paramount. We welcomed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to UEFN last fall, and from Pizza
Night
Tycoon
X
to the Wild
TMNT.
RDB experiences to TMNT Dimensions, we've been amazed by your creativity. All in, you've spent over 700,000 hours in editor creating TMNT games. And then finally, horror has always had a strong foothold in creating
Zombie.
games. So it's not a surprise that
Zombie.
Skybound's Walking Dead to the program has been a huge success.
Bang,
We
halo
launched in
Sam.
March, and creators are just starting to
Welcome, Sam.
now. And so far, more than 1,000 developers have published Walking Dead games in the first 2 weeks since its
Ini Dead ini Walking Dead.
Through our current partnerships, creators have already published over 12,000 islands with over 160
Oh bener ya, tahun 2006
million
Indonesia turun salju.
I'm excited to announce that our next wave of partners
Kata
will
siapa?
their worlds for you to create with. Later this month, Squid Game will be coming to UEFN.
Squid Game.
And creators will be able to build their very own twist on the world's most intense playground.
Bikin
Our
Squid
partner
Game.
Netflix is placing environment assets, NPCs, and new game systems like the Disguise device in the hands of creators so they can be their very own game master. Squid Game Tools will launch on June 27th, time to the series finale of Squid Game, and creators will be able to publish their islands later this summer. Thank you.
Kalau Indonesia turun salju ya udah kacau balau ininya. Iklim udah kacau balau. Pemanasan global segala macam. Tapi kalau secara logika ya agak kecil kemungkinan sih. Tapi bisa aja, kan dulu juga Ice Age kan pernah terjadi ketika dunia itu dingin sekali.
Together with these amazing brands, we're expanding the library of iconic IP that creators can use to make games in Fortnite. Our aim is to give you everything that you need
Itu
to
si
build awesome games using the power of Unreal
Dokter
Engine,
disrespect
together
bukan
with
tadi yang
millions of
sebelah
players in
kanan.
Fortnite, and get paid when people love what you have made. Huge thank you to everyone for what you've done so far.
Tapi terkadang ya nggak tahu juga lah, Allah alam nggak tahu.
As we look to what's next, it's really important that we have partners who
Tapi
share
yang
our
dulu
vision.
pernah terjadi apa
Disney and
namanya
Epic have been working together for years
Ice
building
Age
immersive
itu
entertainment experiences for
terjadi
players
di
and
dunia
fans
kan,
around the
dunia
world.
beku,
Sean Shoptaw
dikelilingi
is
es,
here to talk today about
temperatur
what we're
turun.
working on lately and where we're going to go, including a huge surprise for the creator community.
Tapi ke depannya nggak tahu dah. Disney.
Thanks, Sax. For more than a decade, Disney has been leveraging Unreal across film, television, theme parks, and games. And that momentum is only accelerating.
And Woki
As we
Woki.
announced last year, we partnered with Epic to build a transformational entertainment universe that will bring all of Disney together. And Unreal will be foundational for delivering on that shared ambition. Let's take a look at some of the amazing experiences Epic and Disney have built together over the years.
That's of the Underworld. Oh, Indiana Jones. Asal jangan kacaukan dengan woki-woki aja. Udah sih. Bahagia manusia juga.
Just a few weeks ago, we launched Galactic Battle, our most ambitious Star Wars Battle Royale collaboration in Fortnite to date. As part of this season, we partnered with Epic and Team Beyond, who are here with us today, to debut the Star Wars Watch Party Island. For the first time ever, we brought a Disney Plus series into Fortnite. Players got early access to the first 2 episodes of Star Wars Tales of the Underworld before they debuted on Disney Plus. The environment went far beyond a typical linear viewing experience. Fans battled
Katanya udah mulai tidak menarik nih. Saya mau record ulang dulu deh.
And unlocked exclusive in-game rewards.
Karena Disney udah tidak menarik. Mid. Thumbs down, tidur. Konten consumption. Udah work content. Penontonnya juga pada ngerti lah. Kalau udah masuk Disney mah. Udah agenda yang nggak jelas. Entar lu deh. Itu ada kakak Bayu. Ini lebih family friendly. Iya. Ini yang komen gila nih. Semuanya bu. Meet, thumbs down, walk. Udah pada ini. Tapi ada yang ngasih love juga nih. Saya mau nge-record yang tadi dulu dah. Witcher. Kita lanjut lagi. Mic-nya matiin. Mic saya matiin dulu ya. Ini muka saya kerekam juga dong. Ntar lu ya. Salah. Ulangi.
Sleep, is he? The ploughing plonker. Break me curlies on this blasted tit-ridden tract. We've veered off the high road. Oi! The devil's after it! Where's it running from? Sir! Maybe shield us. Sleep, is he? The ploughing plonker. Break me pearlies on this blasted pit-ridden tract. Where's veered up dry road? Oi! The devil's after him! It's running from! Maybe I'll shield us.
salt. Almost had me fooled, Fruin.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the State of Unreal at Unreal Fest Orlando. We're here to show you what's next with Unreal Engine and so much more. We are thrilled that you're able to join us. Thank you. But first things first, I'm here with Sebastian and Kaitek from CD Projekt Red. We have a lot to talk about. Hey, guys.
Hey. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt, and hello, everyone. With The Witcher 4, we're stepping things up. And to do that, we needed the right partner, one that truly understands that great open-world games are all about art and technology coming together.
Yeah, and look, our goals are completely aligned here. And around the launch of UE5, your awesome team at CD Projekt Red announced a collaboration to make open-world development in Unreal even better. And it's an opportunity, we just couldn't pass it up. So we've been working on a technical demo together to achieve just that. I think we should take a look at it. You guys ready?
Born ready. Kaitek is going to play the build for us.
Sure, let's do it.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4. What you just saw and are going to see now is running on a standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing. So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer, a witcher. She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin. The region we are in is called Kovir, and you'll get to explore it in a game. Right now, Ciri is investigating a monster, and after gathering new clues, she is heading back to a nearby village. All right, everyone, meet Kelpie.
Let weeds be weeds, Kelpie.
So just like Geralt and Roach, Ciri has her own loyal companion.
We return to town.
These two characters need to feel like one. Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback, riding needs to feel seamless, natural, and just fun.
Yeah, and to support that, we're introducing multi-character motion matching in Unreal. So Ciri and Kelpie, they're perfectly synchronized when mounting from any angle and speed. And we also support root motion movement on Kelpie, so controlling her feels realistic and grounded. And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got realistic muscles moving and stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance there.
So let's leave Ciri behind for a second and talk about the world itself. So much of the Witcher world is natural, organic, especially Kovir with its dense forest and wild nature.
Yeah, and wild nature is hard. And with nanite geometry, we've freed artists from so many of their old constraints. But we don't want to rest until everything we do in Unreal has that same spirit of freedom. There's always more work to do. And foliage is a huge piece of that puzzle. So we are excited to introduce nanite foliage. And in order to achieve gorgeous foliage density everywhere, while still being memory efficient, fast to render, we believe that a new idea was needed. So instead of the same card approach we've been using for the past 20 years, artists should be free to take a nanite approach to foliage, modeling every single leaf and pine needle. And the old LOD tricks of the past, they needed a complete rethink. And in their place, it's a new adaptive voxel representation in nanite. It's volumetric, it's fully 3D, it is super fast to render. And these dense clusters of triangles turn into these cubes, which at a distance, they're no larger than a pixel, and they react to the changing light of our dynamic sun and our shadows, and they allow artists to render whatever amount of foliage is needed to achieve their vision without compromise.
And no compromise means how ambitious we are when it comes to bringing our vision to life with incredible visuals. But more than that, together with Epic, we created faster way to load the world. We can now bring in more content more quickly for the smoothest possible experience as we fly down to catch up with Siri. Welcome to Valdrest. So Valdrest is a port town, a hub for fishing, trade and mining. It's one of those places where you can meet shady characters or overhear gossip from other lands. It's also where Ciri took on her current contract. High-tech, let's leave Kelpie here and explore the marketplace and food. I'm so excited we can finally show you some of this stuff. Let's see what Valdrest has to offer.
Not her again.
Nine gazes while I present him with a fish. For the furry rascal will often wait, and a bear's weight grants good fortune.
Pardon.
Guys, notice how responsive the world is. Character actions directly affect what happens around you, sometimes even setting off chain reactions. Everything is working together. Oh, look at this poor gentleman being taught how to fly by an angry innkeeper. That's what happens when you cheat at Gwent.
Last of it, is it?
Okay, so this is the guy who gave the series quest his own. Like you probably suspect, he has his own agenda in all of this.
You're off your tits again, Wilfred. Get your ass up.
A typical day's toil.
Who in? Ah, with Churess. What news of my wagons? No eternity is taking that damn salt to arrive.
I found them. And, well, suffice to say, they'll not reach you. As for the salt, I found not one speck. I presume this comes as no surprise to you. Now. Kabir's smuggling trade is of no concern to me.
Shush, shush, shush.
The manticore that flattened your cart and devoured your men? Quite the opposite.
Manticore? No, them winged hellspawn dwell in the arse end of Creighton.
While Ciri decides what to do about that merchant, let's take a look at the character technology that powers this marketplace. Why don't we listen in on these fishmongers? They're selling their wares, chatting up customers.
Morn and catch this is. Won't find none fresher.
Reckon me lady's after one of them.
Get this cleaned and gutted for you. You mind, dearest? Into seeing something more. Got mackerel cod, all Braxton's finest.
And there is tons of tech to play here, even in this simple market stall. Metahuman tools, improved Unreal smart objects, chaos cloth, and more.
Yeah, and all of this exists to make sure that the gap in quality between Ciri and NPCs is as small as possible.
Yeah, and closing that gap, it's not just about fidelity, right, but also authenticity. They should react to changes in the world around them.
But the prisoner in pillory isn't exciting enough for Valdrest. Let's grab everyone's attention with a circus. But the great performance deserves a huge crowd though. Let's crank it up.
So you are seeing tons of optimizations here to many of Unreal systems, including an entirely new Unreal animation framework, allowing us to fit easily in our 60 FPS budget, not just in rendering, but also with room to spare on the game thread. Over 300 animated skeletal mesh agents all going about their business. And the whole point is to leave breathing room for developers like you to introduce the gameplay and the systems that your players expect, empowering you to make your worlds come to life without Unreal standing in your way.
You are right. And that's the open world RPG that we're making. But before we wrap up, how about one final check-in with Siri? We are making this game to be the most immersive and ambitious open world Witcher game ever. And we are making this a reality thanks to our work on Unreal with the team at Epic. I think what we're doing together is going to bring in a new generation of open world RPGs, and I'm so proud of what we accomplished so far.
We are too.
So we're almost done, but before we go, here's a small gift for all Witcher fans. A first look at Lanjut.
Onward, Kelby. We've worked.
Thanks, guys. Seriously, it looks amazing. And we've also barely scratched the surface of what's coming in Unreal 5.6. So here's Julien to tell you even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, great to be here in Orlando. I spent a lot of time on this demo, so I'm happy to be the one to talk about what went into the 5.6 release. An open world like that was just the perfect content to focus on our main goal for the release, which was performance. We want the engine to scale to large and rich worlds. We want to preserve graphics quality. And of course, we want to deliver high frame rates that you and your players expect. So let's check it out, starting with rendering. If you all remember, when we released Nanite with UE5, it supported static geometry. Last year, we brought skinning to Nanite. And now, we're working on Nanite foliage. The only way to have a forest that looks as good as this one is to use 3D geometry for all parts of the trees, just like we do for everything else. However, this is a crazy amount of fine geometry, so we had to rethink how trees are created and displayed. To create them, we developed Nanite assemblies. These 28 little parts that you see are all that we use to build all the spruces from the forest. They are instanced thousands of times and used like building blocks to assemble trees in different ways. And as you probably noticed with the wind effect, they even support skeletal animation, which runs on the GPU. Thanks to assembly, we greatly reduce the storage, the runtime memory, and the rendering cost. Then, to display an entire forest, the challenge was to preserve fidelity and performance from any distance. Let's check up close the level of detail we're talking about here. Lots of details. But this triangle representation is not the most efficient when far away, due to the amount of overlapping. And that's why we made an adaptive voxel representation. But in reality, you'll never see those voxels this close, since when we move the camera back, they're barely a pixel. Nanite foliage is almost done. We are moving it to the main line as we speak, and it will be available for everyone in 5.7. Another thing I would like to share is that ray tracing and Lumen now run more than twice as fast with no visual trade-off compared to when UE5 was released. And because of that, we can now hit 60 FPS on consoles. And finally, we rewrote the rendering pipeline to run asynchronously so you can increase the richness of your scenes even more. Now let's talk about chaos physics. For chaos cloth, we improve our cloth-to-cloth constraint solution. This removes a lot of collision evaluation when garments are piling up and interacting with each other. Even for complex setup like Series Cape, we hit a sub-millisecond budget on PS5. With Chaos Flesh, we introduce procedural muscle activations to make deformation and motion more natural. Your artist will still have control over tetrahedral simulation and train ML models that run fast in real time. We now support the baking of fluid surface data into lightweight assets to be played back at low cost. This is going to give you high-fidelity water without the performance cost of real-time fluid simulation. For animation, we work on both performance and fidelity. Here, you can see how Siri and Kelpie match up in their interaction. Well, that works no matter the angle of approach. That's our Molds character motion matching solution. We also added motion matching in Sequencer to build stitch tracks. With them, you can seamlessly transition from gameplay to cinematic. Also, we now have a secondary layer of animation driven by physics in Control Rig. We used it in Kelpie's rig to drive the mane, the tail, and the saddlebags. And now, I'm happy to announce that all these features are already integrated into our new Unreal Animation framework, which we are releasing as experimental in 5.6. We built it with performance first in mind. Animation evaluation are now running in parallel off the game thread, which was our bottleneck. And for the other character systems that are just as costly, like movement, avoidance, state tree behaviors, we also move them to worker threads. This is really going to help you create scenes that are crowded and lively. Streaming has always been a big deal regarding performance. And the three biggest improvements we made are physics state creation, which now runs async, improve runtime PCG for ground scatter on GPU, and a new FastGeo plugin to stream static geometry. And just to take a different example, in City Sample, the streaming time was cut down by 90% while moving at high speed. We focus on a lot of areas for performance in 5.6, and mobile is no exception. We work on better defaults and scalability settings for mobile and minimize the default package size. We also improve our workflows with a UI refactor of the viewport toolbar and content browser, an on-device iteration workflow, and a mobile preview solution. So there you go. Unreal Engine 5.6 is all about performance, and it's available today. Please go enjoy the tech talks and session we have for you guys and come chat with us. And now, please welcome Chris from the MetaHuman team. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Julian. Metahumans may only be a few years old, but we are seeing them everywhere, powering everything from games and AI agents to film, television, cultural heritage, and more. What you've seen so far is just the beginning. The creativity and innovation
Oke, saya sudahi dulu deh ya streamingnya, karena bentar lagi saya mau mabar sama Abang Blok setengah 12 sampai jam 1 ya. Nanti saya akan buat stream ulang. Thank you semuanya, ada mampir, ada Bang Sol, ada Bang Blessing, ada Mas Eka, ada Sam. Udah, kayaknya itu doang. Thank you, bye-bye. Sampai ketemu lagi ntar.